Scary sleep stories.
Welcome to Sleep Stories in Rain, where the wild unknown becomes the backdrop for tales of terror and survival. Tonight, we venture deep into the wilderness, where towering trees and endless darkness conceal ancient fears and lurking dangers. Out here, the only walls are shadows, and every snap of a twig could be a warning. Support our channel by liking and subscribing, and join a fearless community drawn to the mysteries of the great outdoors. Share your most unsettling encounters in the wild, vanishing trails, unexplainable footprints, or nights pierced by inhuman cries. Your stories inspire us. If you crave suspense and nature's darkest secrets, you're in the right place. Let's begin our first story.
They say the eyes in Pine Hollow never close. On my first night there, I saw them watching from the dark, empty, glowing, waiting. And when they called my name, the forest stopped breathing. We arrived just before dusk. The sun was already dipping low, tangled behind thick pines that swallowed the light faster than I thought possible. The hollow lived up to its name, a tight circle of trees so tall and dense, the world beyond felt like a distant memory. Marcus and Claire pitched our tents while I wandered to the edge of the clearing, breathing in the sharp pine air. It was supposed to be just a weekend escape, nothing complicated. No city noise, no buzzing phones. But as night crept in, the woods seemed to fold in around us like a second skin. We sat around the campfire, the orange flames cracking and flaring, casting flickering shadows on the forest floor. I was poking at the embers when I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a pair of glowing eyes, small and steady, staring at us from the tree line. I froze. "Hey," I whispered, pointing. "Look," Marcus laughed, shaking his head. "Probably just a deer or some critter." But those eyes didn't blink or move like an animal's. They were too still, too watching. I counted 7 pairs scattered among the shadows, all locked onto our fire. "They're just reflections," Claire said softly, but she didn't look convinced. I felt a chill despite the fire's warmth. The eyes stayed while the creatures they belonged to should have vanished. And then, from the black beyond the pines, I thought I heard a faint sigh, or maybe a whisper. Later, inside my tent, with just the thin nylon between me and the dark, the whispering grew clearer. My name, carried on the wind like dry leaves scraping over stone, Emma. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, but outside, Marcus and Claire were fast asleep. The whisper wasn't loud, but it was close enough to freeze the blood. I tried to shake it off. Tell myself the hollow was playing tricks with the wind. But the name came again, soft, pleading, echoing between the trees. I lay back down, eyes wide in the dark, aware that something was out there just beyond the firelight. Watching, waiting. Morning light filtered weakly through the pines, barely touching the cold forest floor. Claire and I stepped outside our tents, the air sharp and still. Snow dusted the ground in thin patches, melting slowly under the fragile sun. "What's this?" Claire asked, crouching. Footprints circled our campsite, clearly human, but they twisted oddly, as if walking in hesitant spiraling loops before fading near the edge of the hollow. I traced them with a trembling finger. "They look fresh," I said quietly. Marcus joined us, rubbing his eyes. "Probably from some hunter or camper passing through," he said, but looked uneasy beneath his calm. "Though, these don't look like regular paths." The footprints stopped mid-step, disappearing as if swallowed by the earth itself. I felt that cold knot in my stomach again, the kind that won't let you ignore the impossible. That night, the whispers returned, louder this time. I lay awake, pulling my jacket tight, trying to make sense of the voices calling from outside the tent. And then, I dreamed. I stood inside a house, walls dark and peeling. A family gathered around a table, faces etched with fear. I could hear their whispered arguments, cold threats, and then screams that clawed at my mind. They vanished into the woods, chased by something unseen but dreadful. Their last moments flickered like an old film, tense, desperate, and I woke gasping for breath. When I told Marcus and Claire, Marcus shook his head, frustration creasing his brow. "Emma, it's a dream. Maybe you've been pushing yourself too hard. It's just stress." Claire looked worried but said nothing. I knew deep down the dreams were a message. Something tied me to this place more than I wanted to admit. The voices, the eyes, they weren't random. They were reaching out. but telling them made me feel more alone than ever. When Marcus confronted me that afternoon, I could see the worry fighting with disbelief in his eyes. "You have to stop this, Emma. You're slipping away from us." I met his gaze, anger and desperation breaking through. "You don't understand. This is real. I'm not imagining it." Claire stepped between us, voice soft but firm. "We're friends. We'll get through this. But you have to hold on, Emma." Their words comforted and confused me. The hollow wasn't just a place in the forest, it was inside me now. And the glowing eyes outside were waiting for me to cross over. That evening, alone in my tent, I caught myself staring into a cracked mirror I'd brought along, a silly thing, Carrie, but it helped me feel connected to the normal world. At first, I saw only my tired face, pale in the dim light. Then, for a breath's moment, my eyes blurred, and the reflection shifted. A woman stared back at me, eyes wide with terror, skin pale and lips cracked from cold. The woman's lips parted as if to speak, but no sound came. I blinked, and the image was gone. All that remained was my own face, staring back with a fear I couldn't shake. That night, I couldn't sleep. The hollow whispered louder than ever, a cold wind circling inside the tent. I wrapped myself tighter in my sleeping bag, but the eyes outside seemed to press closer, glowing through the thin fabric walls. By moonlight, I walked into the deepest part of the hollow. The trees stood taller here, branches like crooked fingers blocking out stars. Everywhere I looked, pairs of glowing eyes watched without blinking, unyielding and patient. The whispers swelled into a chorus of voices rising all around me, sorrowful, pleading, and horrifying. They filled my mind with images, a family haunted by betrayal and loss, trapped in endless fear. Then came a crushing wave of memory. Names, faces, moments I had buried deep inside flooded back, pain I'd ignored. I realized the truth. I belonged to them. I was connected by blood to the family that vanished here years ago. The trauma that erased my past wasn't mine alone, it was theirs too. The eyes blinked in unison, and as I stepped forward, my body grew cold, weightless. The last thing I felt was the forest folding around me, the hollow claiming me as one of its own. And in the darkness, the eyes opened, watching, waiting for the next soul to answer their whisper.
If you've made it this far, the shadows have already begun to close in. Subscribe now to ensure you never miss a terrifying tale. And if you dare, hit the thanks button to buy me a cup of midnight brew. Your support keeps the nightmares flowing. Now, brace yourself for our next story.
I've always believed the fire brings comfort in the wild. But that night, the flames cast shadows that moved of their own will and stared back with eyes that weren't mine. I wanted to believe this trip would clear my head. The last year was a heavy weight, losing mom, job stress, the silence of my family so loud it crushed me. So I packed light, grabbed my gear, and headed for the forest deep enough to swallow all the noise. John met me at the edge of the trail. He's been my friend since college, always the steady hand when my thoughts spiral, rugged and sure, with a rough laugh that can cut through any tension. He carried most of the heavy stuff while I tried to keep up, my legs burning but my spirit needing this. The clearing where I set camp was a perfect circle surrounded by tall pines. The sun was slipping away, shadows stretching longer. John helped pitch the tent, tossing me a smile that said, "You got this." "First solo trip?" he asked, poking the fire with a stick until it burst alive with crackling flames. "Yeah, needed to get away," I said, settling on a rock. I pulled my jacket tighter and took a deep breath. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth, fresh and honest. John shrugged on his leather jacket. "I'm crashing early tonight. You need anything, you holler." I nodded, thankful but also oddly alone once he ducked into the tent. The forest felt vast, endless in ways that made the hair on my neck rise without warning. I poked at the fire, watching the orange tongues dance against the dark. Then I saw it, a flicker near the edge of the light, like a shadow stretching out just a bit too far. I blinked. Nothing. Then it moved again, a shape, no more than a silhouette. It twisted and shifted. For a second, I swore it took the shape of a woman, tall and thin. "John," I whispered quietly, shaking my head. I was tired, maybe too many stories about haunted woods buzzing in my mind. The shape stepped closer, but somehow it didn't cross the boundary of the firelight. Its face was impossible to see, but then I caught those eyes, bright, glowing embers staring straight at me. The fire spit a shower of sparks. I froze. The smell of burning pine floated in the air, not from my fire, but like something else was burning somewhere nearby. I don't want to scare you, the voice said, soft and cracked like dry leaves. I swallowed hard. Who's there? The shadow didn't answer right away. Then it said, the promise, broken. The waiting, long. Cold crept into my skin despite the gentle fire. I told myself it was the wind or my mind playing tricks. Leave me alone, I whispered, but the ember eyes stayed fixed on me. For a heartbeat, I was terrified to turn my back, but every instinct screamed to light another fire, call someone, anyone. The flames flickered wildly, and the woman-shaped shadow began to wink in and out of sight. I clenched my jaw, pulling my jacket closer. This trip was supposed to be my refuge, but I hadn't known the forest had its own stories to tell, and they were far from done with me. Morning came gray and heavy with clouds that pressed down through the pines. I woke stiff and cold, the fire reduced to cold ash. John was already outside, dressed in his flannel, leaning on a hiking stick and scanning the forest. Morning, I said, rubbing my eyes. Last night really messed with me. He gave a half smile. You looked like you saw a ghost. His tone was teasing, but his eyes searched mine carefully. I shrugged, trying to shake off the weight settling in my chest. Maybe. As I packed up, I noticed something wrong. My map was gone. I searched the ground, my backpack, even the pockets of my jacket. Nothing. The map's missing, I said, voice tight. John frowned. Maybe you dropped it on the trail? No, I swear I packed it last night. Then I reached for my phone, the lifeline to the outside world, and it was gone too. I sank onto a log, panic tipping up in my throat. John crouched down beside me, calm like always. Could have fallen out, or maybe some critter took it. You know how squirrels get. But the forest around us felt different now, tighter somehow, like the trees leaned closer and the shadows pooled deeper between them. Everywhere I looked, the edges of my vision caught movement. A flash behind a trunk, a shimmer on a broken branch. My heartbeat hammered against my ribs. That night, thunder rolled low and fat clouds swallowed the moon. I lay in the tent, trying to block the noise and the images spiraling in my head. Sleep came heavy and broken, tangled with dreams. In that fragile dark, I saw it again, the woman. Only this time she was clearer, gliding through thick fog in an old-fashioned dress soaked with wet leaves. Her eyes burned bright, and her lips moved in silence as if begging forgiveness. Visions flooded me. A long-ago time, a vow whispered deep in the woods, a promise broken by blood born of my own family. The echo of a desperate plea. I woke gasping. The storm was around me now, rain tapping like fingers on the tent. I barely had time to gather myself before I heard John calling out, "Sarah?" I unzipped the tent and stumbled out. The fire was dead, but glowing faint embers held in the wet wood. By the firelight, the shadow stepped forward. Her presence filled the space with sudden cold so sharp it knocked the breath from my lungs. "The promise must be kept," she said. Her voice was a brittle whisper carried on the rain. I shook my head, voice cracking. "I don't belong to this. I don't even understand." Her ember eyes locked on mine. "You do. It's in your blood." The forest held its breath. Thunder growled as the rain fell harder. She raised a translucent hand, pointing to the ground where roots pulsed like veins beneath the dirt. "Finish what was started, or be lost in the flames." I stumbled back toward the tent, heart pounding as the specter faded slowly into the mist. I wanted to run then, but my legs wouldn't obey. The weight of that broken oath settled heavier than the storm overhead. I collapsed inside the tent, trembling and soaked, and John was there in an instant, his voice low but urgent. "Hey, talk to me. What's going on?" I wanted to scream that I was losing my mind. Instead, I told him everything. The shadow, the promise, the eyes burning like embers in the dark. He listened, the skeptical part of him fading as the air grew colder and the shadows stretched toward the tent walls. Suddenly, the flame from my lantern flickered and died. John's breath hitched. A cold hand brushed my arm. I jerked back, and we both stared. Nothing visible, but the chill pressed in like a living thing. "Sarah," John said, voice tight. "I believe you. Whatever this is, it's real. We sat in silence until dawn, the forest alive with whispered voices just beyond the breeze. When night came again, I faced the fading fire with a mix of dread and resolve. The shadow stepped out from the blackness, her ember eyes softer now, but still fierce. "Repeat the oath," she said, "or be consumed." My voice was thin and shaky as I spoke words I barely understood, tracing the promise made long before my time. The flames flickered, and I saw my reflection in them, twisted, distorted, eyes glowing faintly with that same ember light. The shadow reached out, fingers grazing my cheek and sending a cold rush through my body. For a moment, I thought I could break free, but the firelight caught me in its hold, and my reflection smiled back, separate from me, claiming a part I couldn't fight to keep. When the dawn's first light broke through the trees, I was left alone, changed, marked by the forest's ancient reckoning, forever bound to the firelight's shadow's silent vow. I never believed the stories about the glowing light in the hollow until I followed it into a place that shouldn't exist, where time broke, bones laid bare, and a woman's hollow eyes promised I'd never leave. We arrived just before sunset, the forest breathing quiet shadows through tall pines that swayed gently above our heads. Jonah laughed as he dumped our gear near a fallen log, tossing a stick into the fire pit we'd scraped out. Lila moved carefully, eyes scanning the edges of the trees, whispering under her breath about the old legends she'd read. The local townsfolk spoke in hushed tones about a strange cold light that lured travelers off the trail and into what they called the Hollow, a place swallowed by twisted trees and silence. Jonah rolled his eyes when I brought it up. Light in the Hollow? Sounds like a campfire story to scare tourists. You and your obsession with ghost tales. I shrugged, but the quiet trickle of unease that had been growing since we entered the forest didn't ease. There was something in those stories that gnawed at me, a whisper of something unsettled, tied to the loss I carried inside. Night settled thick and full around us as we sat close by the fire. The flames crackled, casting shaky light on our faces, making shadows dance on tree trunks. That's when I saw it. Just beyond the ring of firelight, flickering low through the underbrush, a soft, cold glow, pale blue and almost pulsating like a heartbeat. "Do you see that?" I asked, voice low, pointing toward the flicker. Jonah squinted. "Probably some glowworm or something. Nothing to get spooked about." Lila glanced my way, unease flickering in her green eyes. "It looks strange, like it's moving on purpose." The light dipped behind a tree, then floated back into view. It was small, smaller than a lantern, but different from any firefly or bug I'd ever seen. There was no warmth coming from it. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. For a moment, I just stared, drawn in by its soft glow. "Let's get closer," I said before I could stop myself. Jonah shook his head. "Maya, come on. It's late. Don't wander off." "I'll be fine," I said. "Just a quick look." I left the fire behind, stepping lightly through dry leaves that crunched underfoot. The orb floated ahead, bobbing like a candle flame caught in a breath of wind but never flickering out. The forest grew darker, thicker. Shadows deepened, and wraps around twisted pine trunks like fingers. My friends' voices faded behind me, swallowed by the dark. The further I walked, the colder the air became, like I'd crossed some invisible line. The trees bent inward, branches tangled overhead, blocking out what little moonlight there was, turning the hollow into a tunnel of shadows. The light led me to a small clearing, but it was no ordinary clearing. Bones littered the ground, cracked and half-buried, tangled with moss and dry leaves. Shards of broken leather and rusted metal poked out from earth that had soaked up years of rain. A sudden, sharp breath rattled behind me. I spun, heart pounding, but saw only darkness. Then the light glowed brighter, floating closer. She appeared just beyond where it hovered, a woman in tattered white clothes, dirty and torn as if worn through years of hardship. Her eyes were hollow pits, dark and endless. She didn't speak a word, but her presence was thick with sorrow that pressed into my chest, making it hard to breathe. Her lips moved in silence, and somehow I knew she was waiting, for me, waiting to pass on a terrible secret held tight to this hollow earth. I wanted to back away, but my feet felt rooted. The light pulsed again, steady and cold, and I realized I was standing at the edge of something I couldn't ignore. something that had been waiting a long time to be found. "I'm coming back," I called through the trees, my voice barely louder than a whisper. But the clearing and the strange woman, the glowing light that pulsed like a heartbeat, had wrapped themselves around me too tight. I felt the forest closing in, the shadows thickening until the path I'd taken was gone. Behind me, voices called out, Jonah's steady tone, Lila's worried edge. I tried to answer, but the words caught in my throat like dirt. I started walking back, but every turn took me deeper into tangled branches and thick roots. The trees seemed to shift, blocking the way. The hollow wasn't just a place, it was alive, twisting paths and swallowing sound. It forced me further in despite the panic rising in my chest. "Jonah, Lila, where are you?" No reply. My breath came fast. My mind spun with ghostly whispers slipping through the cracks of silence. They spoke softly at first, fragments of names, lost cries, warnings too faint to catch. Then louder, clearer. The voices weren't outside me, they were inside my head. Leave, leave, lost, lost. I reached out to steady myself on a gnarled tree trunk, and the air thickened. Then, through the mist, I saw her again, the woman in white with hollow eyes. She wasn't angry, just quiet sorrow. She raised her pale hand, and I felt the cold rush faster, creeping into my skin and bones. Words circled in my mind, desperate and pleading. I wanted to look away, but my eyes locked on hers like some terrible magnet. She showed me visions, faces twisted in fear, empty campsites, trails that ended in darkness. The light wasn't a guide, it was a trap. "She's waiting," the whispers said, "for someone to stay, to take her place." I swallowed dry. "No," I whispered. But even as I said it, the woman's eyes seemed to smile, like she knew this was the truth I couldn't fight. I tried to call out to Jonah and Lila, but the forest swallowed my voice. Then I heard a faint rustling, someone moving nearby. I turned, hope bursting through my fear. It was Lila's soft footsteps and Jonah's low voice. "Maya, where are you?" Jonah's voice cracked with worry. "Over here," I shouted, waving my arms, but the trees tangled my movements, the space between us stretching unbearably. Lila came into view first, pale-faced and hesitant, her eyes wide as she took in the bones and the glowing orb still hovering near the woman. "We need to get out," Lila said, voice shaky but firm. "This place, it's wrong." Jonah stepped forward, tension radiating from him. "You saw it too? The light, that woman?" I nodded, unable to speak. Jonah's brow furrowed as he scanned the shadows. "Okay then, let's stick together. No splitting up." We forged a path back toward the campfire, but the forest had other plans. Paths curved, twisted, and vanished. Time stretched. Minutes felt like hours. Seconds stuttered and dragged on. Mist seeped in, cold as ice, wrapping around our legs. The whispering voices began again, louder now, curling in the dark like smoke. "Stay, stay." I gripped Jonah's jacket. "It's trying to keep us here." Lila closed her eyes, taking slow breaths. "It's like a maze, but more than that, it's alive." The woman in white appeared again, standing near the glowing pool in the heart of the hollow. Her mouth moved silently, lips parting to share a message without words. I felt the meaning more than heard it. The curse, the endless waiting, the lives lost, and the one now offered to me. Jonah's skepticism cracked as dread poisoned his voice. "This isn't just a story, Maya. It's real, and we're trapped." Pain tightened my chest as I faced the terrible truth. The glowing light was no beacon for safety. It was a snare for souls like mine and those before me, forever bound to the hollow's quiet hunger. We ran, but the forest twisted around us. Every path we took looped back on itself. The mist thickened, cold and choking, blurring our vision and stealing sound. Trees leaned in, their gnarled branches grasping like claws, blocking the way forward. "Maya!" Jonah called, panic sharpening his voice. "This isn't right. We're going in circles." Lila grabbed my arm, her fingers trembling. "Keep breathing, Maya. Listen, there's a rhythm to the forest, like a pulse. We need to find the break in it." I nodded, trying to steady myself, but my heart thundered. The glowing light hovered somewhere ahead, flickering with an icy blue pulse, calling me back. I stopped, chest heaving, as the woman appeared again, not angry, but patient, like a hunter waiting for prey to tire. Her hollow eyes locked on me, and I felt the weight of lifetimes pressing down. "Don't let it take you," Jonah urged, moving to stand between me and the figure. But it was already too late. Roots burst from the earth and wrapped around my ankles. The woman's ghostly hand reached out, cold seeping into my skin, pulling me closer. No, I gasped, struggling as the forest yanked me back. Let go of me. I screamed, but my voice sounded distant, like underwater. The light grew brighter, the cold sharper. I felt my body weaken, my mind dissolving into emptiness. Then the woman whispered, though no sound came. Her eyes flickered with a sorrow so deep it crushed me. You are the next, the hollow seemed to say, my reflection in a still pool nearby, ghostly pale, eyes empty and glowing faintly. I blinked, and the figure vanished. I fell to my knees, the forest silent except for my ragged breathing. Around me, the glow dimmed but never fully disappeared. Behind me, I heard Jonah and Lila, their voices distant, calling my name, but I was no longer sure they could reach me. Days later, they found only an empty camp, no sign of me. And far off in the hollow, a pale blue orb pulsed softly, waiting for the next lost soul to follow its light.
There's a fire in the forest that never truly dies. It whispers all night long, and if you listen close enough, it might just ask you to stay forever. I never wanted to believe it, but some things you can't run from. We rolled into that scarred patch of forest just as the sun was dipping. The trees were blackened skeletons, their branches clawing at the orange sky. The ground was cracked and dry, but if you looked close, you could see faint glimmers of embers hiding under the ash, invisible to most but not to me. That place was alive in a way no other forest was. Mia and Caleb set up the tents while I poked at the fire pit, stirring memories no one knew I had. Fire had taken my mom years ago when I was a kid. It's a part of me I'd tried to bury, but somehow I carried it all here with me. Night fell fast. We settled around the small campfire, the heat a pale echo of those raging infernos that swallowed the forest years back. The cold crept in, but the flames burned steady. That's when I saw it. A flicker near the tree line caught my eye, a pale figure standing just beyond the firelight. At first I thought it was a trick of the shadows, but the figure didn't shift or blink. It was like smoke shaped into a girl, flickering with the breeze, but always there, just watching. I swallowed hard, nudged Mia. "Did you see that?" She leaned in, eyes narrowing. "See what? Something's out there, just standing, watching." Caleb laughed, shaking his head. "You're tired, you're seeing things." But I couldn't shake the feeling, like eyes boring into my skin. The forest, so still and dark, suddenly felt thick enough to choke you. We tried to ignore it. The fire crackled, shadows danced, and the woods seemed to sigh with wind that smelled like smoke and salt. But then the fire did something strange. It flared higher for a second, crackling louder than usual, and I swear I heard whispers in the flames. Words soft and broken, like a secret just begging to be heard. Mia caught the shift too. She frowned, scanning the dark. "Did it just get hotter?" I nodded, rubbing my arms. "And I think the fire just whispered something." Caleb snorted. "The fire's definitely messing with your head, man." But I wasn't lying. The fire wasn't just warm. It felt alive, angry, maybe even sad, and whatever was out there watching was part of it. That night, I lay awake in my tent with the shadows pressing against the fabric. Outside, the fire hissed and popped like it was breathing. I kept thinking back to that girl, the smoke, the fire's whisper. I don't know how long I stared into the dark, waiting for something to move, or for the whispers to come back. But they did, and I knew somehow the forest wasn't done with us yet. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that fire. The heat, the smoke choking my lungs, the desperate rush to escape. But in my dreams, the fire was alive, and she was there. She was a girl, no older than 16, her skin pale and streaked with ash, her hair curled like smoke, flickering in and out of focus. In the dream, she ran through the burning trees, mouth opening to scream, but no sound came out. I reached for her, but she faded like mist, leaving only the scent of smoke behind. I woke gasping, sweat soaking my shirt. The tent felt tighter, the shadows darker. I wasn't sure what was real anymore. The next day, we hiked a trail winding through the burnt forest. The sun was bright, but the air still felt thick, heavy, like breathing through a wet blanket. As we walked, I felt heat underneath my boots, sudden bursts like hot breath from the earth itself. Mia bent down, brushing ash from a patch of ground that still glowed faintly. "It's not natural," she said. "The fire's not gone, it's just hiding." Caleb kicked at a smoldering twig. "Feels damn wrong to be here." We tried to keep moving, but every step felt like walking through the memory of pain. The burned bark cracked underfoot. An ember spiraled up like a red ghost. The forest wasn't dead. It was waiting. That night, we circled the campfire, exhaustion and unease settling over us. The girl appeared again, clearer this time, her face streaked with ash, eyes wide and sad. She stood near the fire's edge, watching us with a silence that weighed heavy. I tried to speak, my voice barely a whisper. "Who are you?" She didn't speak, but I felt her sorrow fill the air, pressing down on my chest. Mia caught my eye. "She's asking to be remembered." The fire crackled louder, sparks swirling around her like a storm of hurt. She raised a trembling hand as if reaching out for help, but the flames twisted around her, keeping her bound. Caleb swallowed hard, breaking the silence. This isn't right. We shouldn't be here." But none of us moved. We watched her fade slowly into the night, the fire's sorrow trailing behind like smoke on the wind. I found myself alone near a cluster of trees glowing faintly with smoldering embers. The fire whispered around me, crackling like it was alive, breathing its ancient sorrow into the night. Then she stepped out of the smoke, her face pale, eyes wide and filled with a sadness that swallowed the dark. She didn't speak, but I felt her desperation like a weight pressing on my chest. The fire twisted and surged, orange and red flames licking the ash-covered ground, surrounding her like chains. I realized then she wasn't just a ghost, she was bound to the fire itself, trapped in its endless hunger and grief. "Why won't you let go?" I asked, voice breaking. She reached out and the heat pushed against me, fierce and raw. Memories I had buried for years crashed over me. The fire that took my mom, the guilt I never faced. It was all connected, me, her, the fire. The silence between us spoke volumes. The flame's roar grew louder, as if warning me. I had a choice, to take on her sorrow, to become part of the fire's endless story, or to walk away and lose a piece of myself forever. I stared into the glowing embers, feeling my reflection flicker and break like the dying firelight. My face looked back at me, distorted and wavering, caught between who I was and what I might become. Back at camp, the flames died down to glowing ashes. I traced the firelight as it scattered, and for a moment I saw her face in the flicker, grief and anger fading into something like hope. I don't know if I left that night or stayed. Sometimes, when it's quiet, I catch the fire's whisper again. The forest remembers, it waits, and I'm still there in the flicker, between the living and the fire that never dies. It started with footsteps behind me, slow and dragging, long after the sun had vanished. Nobody else was on that trail, but the footsteps kept coming. I tried to tell myself it was just the forest playing tricks, the way shadows stretch at dusk and noises catch in the trees. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I'd chosen this trail because it wasn't marked on recent maps. It was the kind of place hikers whispered about, forgotten by time, swallowed by thick pines and silence. They said people disappeared here. My family never talked about it, but I had lost someone once in the wild, someone close. That loss gnawed at me. Maybe this hike was meant to fix something I didn't fully understand. By late afternoon, the forest was dense and dark, even though the sun still clung to the horizon. I stepped carefully over broken branches and mossy rocks until I found it, a clearing with scraps of old camp gear scattered around. Rusted cooking pots, half-burned logs, and a tattered piece of cloth snagged on a thorn bush. It looked like an abandoned campsite, left to rot. Kneeling, I saw a notebook, weather-beaten and stained. I opened it carefully and saw jagged handwriting, faded but readable. The pages spoke of a rescue mission gone wrong, names I didn't recognize, and the weight of a promise broken long ago. My heart started beating faster, a strange mix of excitement and fear twisting inside me. I pulled out my phone and texted Maya, my close friend. "Found an old campsite. Something's not right here." Her quick reply came through. "Stay safe. Don't go too far." I wanted to tell her I was fine, that this was just another adventure, but the words stuck in my throat. As the sun dipped below the trees, I packed up and moved on. That's when I heard it, the heavy footsteps trailing me, each one a slow, dragging thud that pressed against my nerves. I stopped, turned. Nothing. Just empty trees and thickening shadows. I forced myself to keep walking. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. a figure standing still just beyond the broken roots of an ancient tree. Pale, thin, the shape flickered like a flame caught in the wind. Eyes hollow, fixed on me. I froze. The air grew cold, sharper than any winter night I'd felt before. He didn't speak, didn't move, just watched. My breath caught. I swallowed hard, trying to chase away the panic rising in my chest. "Who are you?" I asked quietly. No answer, only that cold silence, heavier than the darkest night around me. I took a tentative step backward. The figure didn't fade, it stayed. Pulling my jacket tighter, I pulled out my phone again and called Maya. "There's something here," I whispered. "A man, maybe a ghost, I'm not sure." Her voice over the crackling line was calm but strained. "Just stay where you are. Don't do anything stupid. Wait for me to look up more about that trail." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. My eyes never left the figure as it stood beneath the knotted branches, a silent watcher in the forest that had already begun feeling like a trap. Night fell quickly in the forest, swallowing the last of the daylight and wrapping everything in thick shadows. The temperature dropped sharply, colder than I expected for early autumn. A cold gust brushed past me, slipping beneath my jacket and threading icy fingers along my spine. I tried to shake off the chill, but then the forest seemed to come alive with whispers, soft, tangled words drifting on the wind that I couldn't quite catch. The trees creaked and sighed, as if they were breathing secrets. It wasn't animal sounds. This was something else. Branches scraped against my shirt like unseen hands, sudden and sharp, making my skin crawl. Every time I swore, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing but darkness. My heartbeat thundered loud, drowning the quiet noises around me. I called Maya again. Her voice was steady, but I could hear the worry beneath. "This place, it's messing with my head. I don't think it's just the cold." My fingers trembled as I tightened my grip on the phone. "Something's here, something angry or hurt. I can feel it." She urged me to keep calm, reminded me to focus on facts and not let my mind run wild with fear. But I knew the line between real and unreal was slipping away. Later, as I huddled close to my small campfire, the shadows around seemed to shift with purpose. My eyes caught a flash of white like torn cloth moving just beyond the tree line. Suddenly, a wave of images crashed through me. A man alone among the trees, betrayed by his team, left to die in silence. Faces flickered like ghosts around him. I gasped, clutching my head as if to keep the visions from spilling over. That ghostly figure, the lost tracker, came forward in my mind, his pain raw and sharp enough to cut. He never got to finish leading his team out. His promise was broken, and now he was trapped in that endless forest, waiting for someone to make it right. I realized then the footsteps behind me weren't just random. They were part of his story, part of the curse tied to that trail. I couldn't leave this half-finished nightmare behind. I had to do what he couldn't. The next morning I pressed deeper into the forest, guided by the faint marks the ghost left, scratches on tree bark and stones piled nearly hidden among the roots. The forest was thickening, almost as if closing in, branches tugging at my jacket, the ground uneven and harsh underfoot. The cold was relentless, biting at my fingers and nose, and the mist swirled low around the roots like spirits drifting in search of something lost. I heard Maya's voice crackling over the phone a few times, reminding me I wasn't alone, even when everything in me screamed isolation. Step by step, I followed the path the ghost led, and heart-pounding, I felt the weight of decades pressing down, the desperation of unfinished business driving me forward. The forest was no longer just trees and shadows. It was a trap and a tomb tied to promises long broken. The trail ended abruptly at the edge of a steep cliff. Below, a dark ravine stretched wide, shrouded in mist that twisted like smoke caught in a cold wind. I stood there, breath visible in the chill air, heart racing as the weight of what I had to do pressed heavy on me. In my hand, I held the compass that had been my father's, a symbol of direction, hope, and guidance. Slowly, I dug into the soil at the cliff's edge and buried it, saying nothing, feeling the cold earth swallow the last piece of my own doubt. The figure appeared beside me once more, his hollow eyes softening like a distant ember. He nodded once, not in gratitude, but in silent relief, and then slowly faded into the mist as dawn broke. I exhaled with a trembling hope, thinking it was over. But then I heard the steps again, slow, dragging. Behind me on the now empty trail, I turned, heart pounding, but saw only the rising sun and the endless trees. The forest wasn't done with me. I felt the chill seep into my bones deeper than before. This wasn't freedom, it was a passing of the torch. The lost tracker's echo had become mine to carry. I pulled the jacket tight around me and started walking back toward the trailhead. The footsteps followed, steady and haunting, a reminder that some promises never end and some shadows never let go.
Have you ever heard a voice in the woods? A voice so sad and lonely it clings to the air and seeps into your skin, making you shiver when the temperatures barely dropped? That's what started happening to me not long after I set foot in those pines, the ones so thick and tall they blot out the sun for most of the day. I came here for silence, to escape the noise inside my head, to find a place where the past couldn't reach me. But the forest had other plans. I remember the first night clearly. I just finished setting up my tent by a creek that trickled quietly among mossy stones. The air was crisp, filled with the rich scent of pine and damp earth, and all around the trees stood like dark watchmen. As the sun dipped low, the world grew small and quiet, too quiet. Then, drifting on the wind, I heard it, a soft, sorrowful song. It wasn't loud or clear, more like a breeze carrying a single note of grief. It took me a moment to realize it wasn't the wind or any animal. It was a human voice, haunting and beautiful. Curiosity pushed me. I stepped deeper into the shadows, following the fragile melody. The pine needles muffled my steps, and the forest closed tight around me. I searched through the trees but saw no one. Nothing but the rustle of leaves and my own breath quickening. Then the singing stopped. That's when the feeling hit, like invisible eyes were on me, watching from every shadow. My heart raced, but I told myself it was just nerves. I was alone out here, sure, but that didn't mean the forest held ghosts. A few days later, I found myself at the ranger station, the small wooden building barely standing at the forest's edge. That's where I met Jonas Wells. He looked like he'd spent his whole life wrestling with these woods. Tall and rough, with a beard that was part sand and part gray, his eyes held the kind of tired wisdom you don't get from books. When I told him about the singing, he didn't scoff or dismiss me. Instead, his face darkened with something like sorrow. "You're talking about the trapper's voice," he said quietly. "This forest remembers. There was a woman, Alma. She lived out here alone decades ago. They say she was betrayed by someone she trusted, left to die in these pines. Her spirit's been singing ever since, lost and aching for peace." I wanted to say it was just a story, but the knot in my stomach wouldn't loosen. Jonas warned me to be careful, told me the woods hold secrets that can swallow you whole if you're not ready. That night, back at my camp, the singing came again, clearer, closer, like a mournful echo from a life frozen in time. I sat by the fire, heart pounding, and wondered if I'd made a terrible mistake coming here to find silence and instead found a ghost song. The nights grew heavier. The singing wasn't just a distant sound anymore. It started to invade my camp, filling the space between the trees and pressing against my skin. One evening, as I sat staring into the flickering flames, a new voice joined mine. Mara was the one who showed up. She was an upbeat woman with curly black hair and eyes that caught the sun like amber. She carried a camera everywhere, photographing the forest and whatever mysteries it might hold. Mara had heard my story from Jonas and came by my camp with a spark of excitement, eager to witness the strange song for herself. Together, we waited for the voice. When it started, the song was clearer, more desperate. We traded nervous glances, feeling something unseen sway with the melody. Mara snapped photos, hoping for proof, but the still frames captured only the empty forest. The silence that followed was the loudest sound I'd yet heard. "You feel it, don't you?" Mara asked softly. "Like the woods are alive, watching." I nodded. I had never felt so small or exposed. The next morning, Jonas joined us. He carried a worn leather satchel stuffed with old papers and a faded journal he'd found in a cabin just beyond the stream. The cabin was barely standing. Its wooden walls sagged beneath moss and pine needles. Inside, we found scraps of paper and personal belongings left behind decades ago. The journal belonged to Alma, the trapper's name Jonas had shared. Her handwriting was rushed and jagged, each page soaked in loneliness and fear. She wrote of betrayal, someone close turning away, leaving her to perish alone in the harsh cold. Her last entry was a plea for someone to remember her story. Reading the journal out loud sent chills down my spine. It was as if her voice relived through those words, still trapped in the wood and stone of the forest. The singing returned that night, but this time it sung with purpose, echoing Alma's pain and hope. I knew then that the forest wasn't just haunted by a ghost. It was haunted by a story desperate to be heard. And somehow that story was weaving into my own. The last night in the woods came wrapped in fog so thick it felt like the trees were holding their breath. Mara and Jonas were quiet beside me as we reached a small clearing, bathed in the cold light of the full moon. It was the place Alma's journal hinted at, the heart of her sorrow. Then I saw her, a pale figure, barely more than a shadow, hovering near the twisted roots of an ancient pine. Her eyes were wells of endless sadness, her lips parted in that same mournful song that had chased me through the pines. She reached out, fragile and trembling, like she was begging for something I couldn't name. I stepped forward, my voice barely a whisper. "Alma, I hear you," I remember. The ghost's wail shifted, no longer a cry of pain but a quiet surrender. She lingered a moment longer, then faded like mist scattered by dawn. Jonas broke the silence, voice low. She was trapped by more than cold or betrayal. She was trapped by despair, just like you were. I felt it then, the weight I'd carried alone, blending with hers. But unlike Alma, I still had a choice. I could face the dark inside me, or let it swallow me whole. By morning, the forest was calm again. The singing had stopped. Dawn's first light hit the treetops as we made our way toward the edge of the woods. Mara took a single photo of the quiet pines, no spirit in sight, just the trees watching silently. I glanced back once more and for a heartbeat thought I saw a faint smile in the shifting shadows. The forest still holds its secrets. The echoes never fully die, but I walked out with new eyes, ready to carry both the grief and the hope. Some songs end only when someone finally listens. They say the forest holds its secrets tight, but sometimes when the night is quiet enough, it whispers your name. Not loud, never loud, but just enough to make you stop and wonder if you're really alone. I remember the first night like it was yesterday. I had been hiking all day, deeper into that patch of woods where the trees press close. So close it feels like the sky disappears. I set up camp just before dark near a small clearing where the sun still shone through thick branches. The air was cool, the kind that makes your skin tingle without any wind. After dinner, I sat by the dying fire, the light barely reaching past the circle of stones I'd set. That's when I heard it. Faint at first, like a soft breath on my neck, a voice almost carried on the wind. I told myself it was the forest, the rustle of leaves or some animal moving just beyond sight. But then it came again, clearer this time. Whispering my name, Emily, I froze. The fire snapped, sending sparks rising like tiny ghosts, but the voice didn't stop. It was coming from all around me, soft, urgent, calling. My heart thumped hard, but I kept still. The rational part of my mind shouted it was impossible. No one else was out here. I tried to laugh quietly, shaking my head. Get a grip, I told myself. I wrapped my jacket tight around me and settled back with the fire, willing my thoughts away from those whispers. But the voice wouldn't let go. The next morning, when Lila showed up, I almost wanted to tell her what happened. Almost. Instead, I laughed it off as exhaustion and the wild playing tricks on me. She didn't press, that's how she is. Instead, she pulled me out of the camp and into the clear light of day. Lila didn't just come out of kindness. She wanted to check on me, sure, but also because she needed a break from the city. She's the kind of person who finds stories wherever she goes. She calls herself a journalist, but it's really about digging beneath surfaces, finding what people want to hide. When she arrived, I noticed how sharp she looked against the green blur of trees, short curly hair framing her face like she had no time to fuss. Her bright green eyes caught every detail, every shift in the light, every shadow that moved, like the woods were as alive to her as the people she writes about. She wore jeans and a fleece, carrying a backpack stuffed with essentials she seemed to never leave behind. Together, we cleaned up the campsite, shared cold water, and talked like we used to before life pulled us apart. Lila asked about my grandmother, and for a while it was just us, the fire, and stories from the past. But then, just at dusk, I heard it again. That same whisper, soft and low. Emily. I looked around, but Lila just smiled and said, "It's all in your head, Em." She always used that nickname when she wanted to make me feel better. I wanted to believe her. I wanted so badly to forget. But as the night deepened, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was watching us both, waiting for me. Joe arrived the morning after Lila showed up. Tall and quiet, with thick black hair and glasses that seemed to catch every detail without ever glinting in the sunlight. He was an environmental scientist studying the local forest ecology, and while he claimed to appreciate the wilderness, I could tell he was more comfortable with data than ghosts. His calm, measured voice offered a strange kind of comfort, even as the unease settled deeper inside me. On that day, we hiked through thick trees, the forest growing heavier and colder as we moved. Joe talked about soil samples and rare plants, but I hardly heard him. The whispers followed me, low and insistent, slipping through the wind. I wasn't sure if they were real or just shadows in my mind anymore. Lila smiled, trying to ease my nerves, but even she didn't try to deny the eerie weight pressing down on us. "Maybe it's just the wind messing with us," Joe said, brushing a loose leaf from his notebook. "There's always some scientific reason behind things." I wanted to agree, but I couldn't shake the prickling feeling on my skin that said otherwise. As the daylight faded, the whispers grew stronger, leading me further into the forest's heart. The underbrush thickened until we stepped into a fog-tinged grove I'd never seen before. The ground was soft beneath ancient trees, covered in moss and tangled roots, like something trying to hold itself together for centuries. There, in the center, was a hollow, a small dip in the earth cradling something hidden beneath layers of decay and silence. I knelt carefully, peeling aside moss and dirt. My breath caught when I saw the wooden nameplate worn almost to illegibility, but there was one word, faint but clear: Evelyn. I froze, the cold seeping from the earth into my bones. Evelyn was my grandmother's childhood name, the name no one spoke. The whispers returned, now closer, almost like a voice aching to be heard. Suddenly, the air around me chilled, and from the mist a figure began to take shape. She was young, dressed in faded clothes from another time, her eyes deep pools of sorrow. She didn't speak, but her gaze held a story, lost, broken, waiting. I felt a pang, like meeting someone I should have known but had forgotten entirely. Lila gasped, reaching out, but the spirit only sighed softly, and the pain in her silence pressed heavy on me. Images flashed behind my eyes, memories that weren't mine, a fire, screams, a promise left unkept. Joe stepped back, trying to find logic in shadows, but I could see it in his eyes. He was shaken. The forest seemed to lean closer, its whispers swelling, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. I wanted to run, to scream it off, but I was rooted there, a witness to a story that demanded to be told. The ghost's sadness became my own, and in that hollow, beneath cold stone and falling leaves, I understood that some voices aren't meant to fade but to be heard before peace is found. That night, under a sky thick with stars, we sat around the dying campfire, the forest holding its breath with us. The air was sharp and cold, and the shadows seemed to press in closer, heavier than before. I kept glancing toward the dark tree line, half expecting to see her, Evelyn, waiting just beyond the glow. I finally broke the silence. "There's something I need to say, something I've never said out loud." Lila reached over and squeezed my hand. Joe looked up sharply, curious but cautious. I never knew my grandmother as a kid. She never talked about her past or her family, but the name I found, Evelyn, that was her, before everything changed. My voice cracked, memories flooding back of whispered stories, broken promises no one wanted to admit. The forest around us seemed to listen. "I think she's still here because we forgot her." My throat tightened. "I don't know what she wants, but I feel like if I don't say something, she never will be free." Lila nodded quietly. Joe, ever the scientist, cleared his throat. "Maybe speaking it aloud is a start, a way to acknowledge what's been hidden." His words surprised me. They sounded less certain than usual. I swallowed fear and said, "Evelyn, we remember you. We see you." Then, softly, I whispered the stories I knew, Fragments of laughter, of loss, of the fire that took her away too soon. The cold tightened, the wind stilled, and for a moment the forest held its silence. When dawn crept through the trees, we made our way back to the hollow. The grave was untouched, but there was something new, a single flower, fresh and bright against the faded moss. I knelt and traced my fingers over the nameplate, feeling the weight lift, just a little. The forest no longer whispered my name, but sometimes when the night grows quiet and the wind shifts just so, I think I hear a gentle sigh carried through the trees, a sigh of thanks and a peace finally found.
There was a moment, just a flicker in the corner of my eye, that changed everything. A dark figure, moving just after I did. It wasn't a person or an animal. It was a shadow, learning how to be me. I didn't know then what it meant, but the fear it planted grew like a knot tightening in my chest. I wanted to believe it was just my tired mind playing tricks. I came to the Adirondacks to be alone, to get away from the noise, the pressure, the memories I couldn't shake. Pack on my back, boots on the ground, every step away from the city felt like some kind of relief. I found a quiet spot beside a lake, the kind of place where only the trees and the wind judge you. I set up my camp and sat by the fire while the sun bled out behind the hills. That first night was colder than I expected. The fire cracked and whispered. I felt it then, like someone standing just beyond the circle of light. I spun around, heart thumping, but there was only the smooth pitch black of the woods. When I looked back at the fire, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A shape, darker than dark. It moved just behind me, copying my movements with a delay, like a shadow refusing to let go. I stopped breathing. The fire popped and shifted, but the figure stayed, motionless, except when I moved. Then it mimicked me. I blinked hard, telling myself it was my mind, the way the firelight plays tricks at the edge of sight. I told myself what I needed to hear. I was safe. It wasn't real. The next morning, I met Maya at the ranger station. She noticed the dark circles under my eyes and the tight way I held myself. Her uniform was sharp and official, but her voice had a strange softness when she warned me not to take the woods lightly. "We've had people come through here, hikers, campers," she said, eyes flickering to the trees beyond. "Some say they see shadows that follow. Sometimes they don't come back out." Her words didn't sound like a warning to turn back, more like a test, something between belief and skepticism. I kept my face calm, even though a cold shiver ran down my spine. "Sounds like ghost stories," I said, but it came out rougher than I planned. Maya didn't smile. "Maybe, but people don't disappear here without reason. You've been alone a long time. Just keep your eyes open." Her hands were steady handing over the supplies, but the tension in her jaw made me wonder what she really believed. I left the station feeling heavier, like I'd walked past a threshold I couldn't take back. That night, the shadow came back, closer this time. Behind my tent, between the trees, it watched, it waited, neither friend nor enemy, just waiting to see what I'd do next. I didn't move, because I was afraid that if I did, it would move faster, closer. The fire's glow flickered on my face, and then on the shape behind me, a dark, impossible mimicry of myself. And I knew then, I wasn't alone out here. Not by a long shot. A few days in, I met Daniel on one of the forest trails. He was a lanky guy with a worn denim jacket and a nervous grin like he'd seen too many things he didn't want to explain. We fell into step together without much planned talk until he brought up the weird stories of the woods around here. "You ever hear about the shadow that follows?" he asked, eyes darting to the trees as if it might be listening. I laughed, trying to push down the knot in my gut. "You mean like a ghost?" "More than that," he said, voice dropping low. "They say it's an old spirit, ancient as the trees. It doesn't just haunt you, it learns from you. Copies your moves, takes your memories." I wanted to tell him he was full of it, wanted to say I was fine, but the memory slipped just then, a name or a face I should have known. I bit my lip. "That's not funny," I said. "You're creeping me out." Daniel smiled a little and shrugged. "Stories keep people from wandering too far." Later that evening, beside the calm river, I caught my reflection in the still water. I was watching myself stare back, but it wasn't right. My reflection hesitated a moment longer than I did. Then a smile stretched across that watery face. slow, cruel, like it knew a secret I didn't. I jerked back, heart thumping. The water's surface shivered, distorting into darkness that swallowed the edges of my reflection. For a terrifying second, I thought it moved on its own, without me. Sleep didn't come easy after that. That night, inside my tent, I tried to hold on to what little I had left, my thoughts, my memories. I grabbed my journal and wrote down everything I could remember, names, places, the sound of my sister's laugh. My hand trembled so bad the words blurred on the page. The shadows grew long against the canvas, creeping like fingers. Outside, the wind whispered. Sometimes I thought I heard whispers answering back. On the radio, Maya's faint voice crackled through, a reminder I wasn't quite as alone as I thought. "Keep steady," she said. "Be watchful." But I wasn't sure if I was keeping myself steady anymore, or if the shadow was already inside me, pulling pieces away little by little. The night felt colder than ever. I sat in my dark tent, surrounded by broken pieces of a cracked mirror, the last fragile reflections of myself shattered on the ground. The fire had died hours ago, and silence swallowed everything but my ragged breath. Then I saw it, just beyond the flicker of fading moonlight. The shadow stood before me, no longer distant but close enough to reach out and touch. Its face was empty, hollow, but its eyes, those pale blue eyes, were mine. Hollow, too, but filled with a dark hunger. It mimicked the way I held my hands, the tense slump of my shoulders. It smiled without a mouth, a cruel, knowing smile that said everything I feared but couldn't say aloud. My chest tightened as it stretched an arm toward me, fingers dissolving into mist. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body didn't move. I felt something inside me slip away. Breath, memory, the core of what made me Ethan, and the shadow took it. In that moment, I knew I was losing more than time. I was losing myself. Weeks later, back in my small apartment, I stared into the bathroom mirror. The reflection stared back, but it was wrong. It lagged behind my movements, a ghostly echo of the man I used to be. The blue eyes looked empty, as if the real me was trapped somewhere deep inside, suffocating against a darkness I couldn't fight. I picked up my journal, worn and scribbled. The last entry read, "Don't let it follow you home. Don't let it take what you are." But it had, and maybe the shadow never leaves. It lives inside us, waiting for a moment to step through.